You also said that you used to listen to Cass FM station and to programs other than those ones of Sang. Can you recall if you had Cass FM as a station plead for peace?
Nimesikia leo.
And lastly, on that issue, witness, if either Sang or Cass FM had asked for peace, you would have had it considering how frequently you used to listen to the station, isn't it?
Counsel, you need to avoid the argumentative question. They seems argumentative, don't you think? It does. So you need to rephrase it.
Yes, Mr. President. Witness, if either Sang or Cass FM had pleaded for peace, you would have had it, isn't it?
Sikuyasikia.
Now, witness, I want to ask you a few questions about the 2005 referendum that you referred to. And on 4th of on 3rd of January, you said that the campaigns for the referendum went on to December 2005. Did you say that, witness? Do you recall saying that? Sorry. Your Honor, and for the prosecution, I'm looking at transcript 98, page 62, line 1.
Sorry, I just believe my learned friend meant to say the 3rd of March then, not the 3rd of January, or the 4th of March.
I'm sorry, it's actually 4th of March. I'm sorry about that. I'll put the question again to the witness. Witness, on the 4th of March you said this: I think that the campaigns continued to November. The campaign ended in November. Or rather, I am sorry, the campaign continued up to December and then the referendum took place. Do you recall saying that, witness?
Ndio.
So, witness, when were the votes cast for the proposed constitution? Which date?
Sikumbuki tarehe yenyewe.
And do you remember the month?
Mwezi wa 11 hapo Disemba, sikumbuki vizuri hata mwezi.
And witness, at page 57 of the same transcript, it said this. Yes, in 2005, Kenya had to vote a new constitution. We had two constitutions on the table. There was Boma Constitution and another constitution, the title of which I no longer remember. So we had to choose between two constitutions. And witness, do you remember saying that?
Ndio.
And it is therefore your testimony that when people went to cast their votes, either in November or December, you say you don't remember when, they were choosing between one constitution as opposed to another constitution. There were two constitutions.
Rudia swali.
Counsel, before you repeat, does that follow from the testimony?
It does, Mr. President, because at line 11 of page 57, this is the testimony. Yes, in 2005, Kenya had to vote a new constitution. We had two constitutions on the table. And then at line 14 it says, I no longer remember, so we had to choose between two constitutions. Witness, my question is, you said in your testimony there were two constitutions on the table, and then you went on to say Kenyans had to choose between two constitutions. And I just wanted you to clarify to the court, it is your testimony that in 2005, when Kenyans went for referendum, they were making a choice between two constitutions.
Hilo swali jinsi unavyoliuliza aliniingia kwa akili, kwa sababu ukisema Wakenya walitakikana kuchagua katiba moja kwa kati ya zile mbili, mimi sielewi unamaanisha nini?
Witness, you already confirmed, recalling that you said there were two constitutions on the table. You also said you remember that Kenyans had to choose between two constitutions. And all I'm asking you is that it is your testimony that when people were going to cast their votes in 2005 by way of referendum, they were choosing between two drafts of constitution, isn't it?
Witness, okay, let's approach it this way. The lawyer is said when you testified earlier about the referendum, that you had said at some point that there were two constitutions and Kenyans had to choose between two constitutions. The question now for you is, are you saying that what the referendum was about was for Kenyans to choose between two constitutions, or are you saying something else about what the referendum was about?
Ilikuwa nafikiria Yohana, umeniambia, umenielezea, nimeelewa. Ilikuwa ni Wakenya wachague katiba moja zaidi ya hizo mbili dhidi ya hizo mbili. So ni yes, walikuwa wachague katiba moja kati ya hizo mbili.
Now, I want you to, this is not about the answer you've given now, but it's, when I ask a question, if you don't understand it, also tell me you don't understand my question. I don't want you to assume that because I have asked you the question, then you must answer it, even if you don't understand. Please feel free, even when I try to rephrase a lawyer's question, if it's still not clear, it is your right to indicate that it is still not clear, so we can try harder. We want you to understand every question that you are answering. Do you understand me? Did you understand that last question I asked you?
Yes. Naelewa.
All right, what you can now tell us again is what your understanding of the referendum was about. Can you tell us what you understood the referendum to be about, keeping in mind that you had somewhere said earlier that there were two constitutions and Kenyans had to choose. Tell us what you understood was going on in the referendum. What was it about? What were Kenyans supposed to do in the questions asked or question asked in the referendum?
Kulikuwa na katiba pendekezo ambazo zilitolewa zikiwa mbili na zikawekwa wazi, kila moja achague ile katiba anaona inamridhisha.
Do I proceed, Mr. President?
Thank you, witness. Yes, Mr. King.
Witness, did you also say that the draft constitution of 2005 was called Kibaki draft? For the record, I am looking at transcript number 98, line 13 to 17. Page 47.
La, sikusema hivyo. Nafikiria hilo neno Kibaki liko kwa mahali pengine tofauti na hiyo.
Witness, I will read to you what you said. The question you had been asked was this. Witness, you've said that Mr. Sang said that the constitution was meant to grab the Kalenjin land away from the Kalenjin people. Did he say who would take the land away? And the answer is this. Yes, he said that. According to several people, including myself, that constitution was known as the Kibaki Constitution. And so when it happened, they say that the Kikuyu people were very numerous, and so if the constitution was 413, no one would be allowed to have more than 30 acres. So they had to do everything to ensure that the constitution was not accepted. Otherwise, their land would be taken away. Witness, do you recall having said that?
Ndio nilisema, na sijui kama naweza kufafanua kidogo niseme kuhusu hiyo katiba.
Witness, my question is very limited to whether or not, according to you, that draft was called Kibaki draft. That's all.
Kulikuwa na chungwa na kulikuwa na ndizi, na Wakalenjin walichukua ndizi, ni katiba ya Kibaki, na ndipo nimesema kulikuwa na katiba mbili. Nafikiria ni chungwa na ndizi, lakini kwa upande mwingine wachungwa walichukulia katiba ya ndizi ni ya Kibaki. Na ndipo nilisema Wakalenjin walisema, hata si Wakalenjin, Mr. Sang alisema Wanandi wa Kikuyu watachukua, Kibaki anataka mashamba apatie wa Kikuyu, kwa hivyo wasipigie kura. Nafikiria iko kwa statement yangu.
Mr. President, could I request that the transcript, page 21, line 19, be corrected to read should be 30 acres, not 13 acres as marked?
Yes, that's what I heard you say. Yes, 30.
And witness, at page 57, you had been asked a question. Witness, you mentioned that in 2005, Kenyans were about to vote a new constitution. Did Sang talk about this topic on the radio? And the answer was this: yes, in 2005.
Thinking page.
I'll be slow, Mr. President. Your answer was this, witness, that there was, yes, in 2005 they had to vote a new constitution. We had two constitutions on the table. There was Boma, and Boma is just written Boma and left hanging. Witness, was it your intention to say the other one was Boma draft?
Kulingana na vile mimi najua, kulikuwa na katiba ambaye nikikumbuka ilikuwa na majadiliano kwa Bomas, na hiyo ingine mimi sijui, lakini kulikuwa na hizo katiba.
Mr. President, at page 57, at page 22, line 18, it is marked that I said page 37. I actually said page 57, line 11 to 13. That is the transcript in idea of 4th March 2014. Now, witness, two last issues I want to cover with you on that issue. The first one is that it is your testimony that that draft had suggested that people should have not more than 30 acres. Is that what you said?
Hiyo ilikuwa ni maoni ya Wakalenjin. Nafikiria nilikwambia hivyo, nimesema kwa statement yangu hivyo.
Okay, witness, I'll just read it to you, and it's okay if you are saying that's not what you said. This is what you said. And so, when this happened, sorry, may I say that this is transcript 98 of 4th March 2014, line 13 to 17. You said, and so when this happened, they said that the Kikuyu people were very numerous. So if the constitution was 413, no one would be allowed to have more than 30 acres. So they had to do everything to ensure that the constitution was not accepted. Otherwise, their land would be taken away from them.
Is that different from what she just said in the last response to you, Mr. King Katwa?
I will admit it's not necessarily inconsistent. I just wanted to put the question again just to be sure that she means what she's saying now as opposed to the proposition, and then I'll leave that issue, Mr. President.
Well, if we do that every time that there's clarity, we may stay here forever. Floor has asked questions that way. You can do it once, but let's watch it, please.
I will, Mr. President. Witness, is it your testimony that the limit of 30 acres maximum was in the draft?
No, that's not fair. She said that her understanding was, what she said was that was the point of view communicated across by Kalenjins.
I will ask a different question altogether from that, Mr. President. Witness, do you recall what that draft of the Constitution, or those drafts of the Constitution, said about land ownership in terms of maximum acreage and minimum acreage?
Nafikiria katiba kulingana na jinsi ilivyokuwa imedraftiwa, kuna vipengele ambavyo vilikuwa vinaongea kuhusu ardhi, na pia kulikuwa na mambo mengi kwa hiyo katiba. Although mimi sikusoma hivyo vipengele, nilisikia kutoka kwa siasa za Bwana San kuwa katiba hiyo pendekezo inakuja kulenga Kalenjin kwa sababu inasema eka 30 hakuna mtu anafaa kuwa nazo. Na nafikiria nilijibu hilo swali wakati wa kwanza hivyo. Ilikuwa ni pendekezo la Wakalenjin.
That's enough. And witness, my question would be very narrow to this effect. Had you seen the draft of the Constitution, the drafts of the sections on land in the drafts of the constitutions that were being discussed?
Sijui nitakujibu nini.
Mr. Kiginkato, you have to ask another question. I believe she already answered that question. Did she not?
She hasn't, Mr. President.
Can you now look at lines 4, 9, 5 to 6 on the current page. Isn't this what you are getting at?
No, what I'm getting at, Mr. President, is whether she herself had seen what the draft said, as opposed to what Mr. Sang was interpreting it to say.
She said, although I did not read the paragraph myself.
I'll leave that issue there, Mr. President. Now, witness, in transcript number 98 at page 59, this is what you said. Mr. Sang talked about the Constitution. I think that Kass FM station was in ODM camp, in fact, in the Orange camp. Do you remember that, witness?
Ndio.
And so it is your testimony, witness, that in the year 2005, when discussions were being conducted about the draft constitution, ODM had taken a position.
ODM ilikuwa na msimamo wa chungwa.
And when you talk of ODM, you are talking of Orange Democratic Movement as a political party, isn't it?
Sikuelewi.
You already said that ODM was on the side of Orange in the 2005 referendum campaigns. And I just wanted you to clarify that the ODM you're referring to is Orange Democratic Movement as a party.
Ndio.
Now, witness, it is your testimony that Sang campaigned against the said draft. Do you know whether the draft was successful, received most votes in Rift Valley for years or not? Do you know?
Mimi kulingana na hesabu yangu ama kujua kwangu, mimi sijui kama watu wa Rift Valley ndio waliangusha hiyo katiba ama walipitisha hiyo katiba, kwa sababu acha niachie hapo. Sijui ni wagani waliipitiza ni Rift Valley, kwa sababu chungwa ilikuwa imeenda mpaka ilikuwa Kisumu Western, kulikuwa na chungwa. Ukiongea kuhusu Rift Valley sijui unamaanisha nini.
Witness, I want to show you a document showing the statistics of the 2005 referendum and see if you can make any comments about it.
Why?
Mr. President, because the testimony in respect to Mr. Sang was that he campaigned against that draft constitution, and by extension mobilized people presumably against the constitution. And I just wanted to show the statistics of how that constitution fared on, not only in the area where the program was broadcasted to, but in the rest of Kenya.
How does that assist in the cross-examination of this witness? The witness has given her testimony and also said what she said in the last answer. How does it assist us to stay here and show her the statistics of how the votes were cast? Isn't that argumentative?
Mr. President and Your Honors, my understanding of the intention of the prosecution in adducing that evidence is to suggest that Mr. Sang had influence over the people to whom he was broadcasting, and that in part the reason why that constitution and the land elements in it were unsuccessful is because of Mr. Sang's influence. And all I am seeking to do in going through those statistics is to demonstrate that that draft constitution was not an issue, was not rejected only by people in Rift Valley, many other people, Mr. President. In fact, only one province put in votes about 50% in support of that draft.
But is that inconsistent with the witness's last answer? Because you're here, you have a witness, and you're cross-examining the witness. And this is not an expert witness who you might want to use to prove certain other proposition in terms of opinion. The witness has said she does not know how well or not the Rift Valley population assisted in the outcome. She also says she knows that other people in other regions, specifically Kisumu, who voted for ODM in the referendum.
Mr. President, I will leave that issue, but I maintain that the intention of adducing that evidence was to show the influence of Mr. Sang. And all I'm trying to do in showing the statistics is that the only distinction that Sang has from well over 80% of the other Kenyans was that he was heard on radio, but many other people held the same view as Mr. Sang, only that they didn't have a station from which they could broadcast, at least to the extent available to this court.
So what would you expect this witness to tell you? That's what I'm getting at. I'm not saying that you may not have reason or there may not be forensic value to you putting in the statistics when it's like when the issue is really engaged. But what do you expect this witness to do with it?
To concede that up to 80% of Kenyans did not want that draft constitution, Mr. President, which is an information which you do not have to the extent to which the prosecution has adduced their evidence. The extent of the prosecution's evidence is that that constitution was rejected. Part of the efforts to reject that constitution were the instance of Mr. Sang. You do not have the information on the rest of the Kenyans what their position was, Mr. President. That's all I was trying to get to.
Your Honours, I don't think, as you've already mentioned, that the witness is really in a position to comment on that. She's given her own opinion. She can't comment on the reliability of the statistics. And if my learned friend wishes to introduce that evidence, perhaps it's better to introduce it in another way.
President, I do not want the issue belabored. I can leave it. You do not need to rule on that issue. I can leave that issue.
So you're withdrawing it?
I'm leaving it where it is, Mr. President.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
However, I would request to be allowed to ask one question as a general proposition. Witness, are you aware that up to 80% of Kenyans actually rejected that draft constitution?
Sijui.
Now, witness, I want us to go to the 2007 elections. In 2007 elections, do you recall when it was that people went to vote?
Sielewi swali lako. Umesema ni wakati, sijui, sikumbuki mimi, sijui, sielewi. Rudia.
In 2007, people went to cast their votes for presidential, parliamentary, and civic offices. And I'm asking you, which date was set for casting votes, witness?
Ni tarehe 27.
I take it is 27th December. And when were the results of the elections announced, witness?
Kura ipi?
I'm talking about the results of the presidential elections, witness, in the year 2007.
Nafikiria, sikumbuki vizuri, nafikiria ni tarehe 30. Tarehe 30. Tarehe 30. Tarehe 31. Tarehe 30, tarehe 31.
And witness, it is your testimony that you watched the events at the Kenyatta International Conference Center, ICC, through Citizen TV, and you also heard on KSFM. Was that your testimony?
Ndio, nilifuata. Ambapo sikumbuki ni tarehe 31 ama tarehe 30. Kile tarehe 31. Yes, tarehe 31. Kumbuki vizuri.
Now, witness, I want to take you to this, to specifically what you said about Mr. Sang, and that is to be found in transcript 99 of 5th March 2014. And could you confirm that the 6 allegations you've made about Mr. Sang, the first one is at page 90, page 3, line 19 to 21, where you said that Mr. Sang was talking about the developments in the announcements of the results, he went on to say that the votes were stolen. If the transcript could be corrected, I said page 19, line. Transcript 99, page 3, line 19 to 21. Witness, do you recall having said that Sang announced that votes had been stolen?
Ndio, nilisema.
And witness, I'm very particular. Do you recall that the basis of your saying it was a question put to you by the prosecution? So, on the morning of 31st December, what did Mr. Sang say, if anything, about the results of the presidential elections? Do you recall that the question was put to you in respect to the period of 31st December 2007?
Bwana Sang alitangaza kusema rudia hilo swali.
Witness, there are 6 things that you said Sang did on 31st December. The first one is you said that Mr. Sang announced that votes had been stolen. Do you recall that?
Ndio.
The second one, witness, was that people should come out and fight for their rights. Do you recall saying that?
Ndio.
Mr. King and Katwa, all on the 31st?
I want to list them, then go back to the date so that they all fall in one day, instead of asking one against the date.
What I mean is, all these allegations, are you saying she's testified that she heard them on the 31st of December?
Yes, Mr. President, and I propose to give the page numbers of the transcript for the record.
I'm not disputing you. I'm concerned now about the witness's ability to follow your question. So if the date is of the essence, then let's keep that uppermost on her mind, that you were saying that she had testified that on the 31st of December 2007, being the date, that she heard XYZ, so that she knows that you're interested in the date as well.
Yes, the date is of essence, so I'll put the question again. Witness, the issue of you telling people that Sang said people should come out and fight for their rights is at page 3, line 25, and page 4, line 1, being that you said these things, or that Sang said these things on 31st December 2007. Do you recall saying that, witness?
All right, witness, what's happening is this. Mr. Keegan Katwa is saying that during your testimony, you had testified and said that you heard Sang say certain things on the 31st of December 2007. Now, Mr. Keegan Katwa is going to tell you what it was you had said earlier that you heard Mr. Sang say on the 31st of December 2007. he will go after those allegations one after another. But you keep in mind that he is saying that you testified that you heard these things said by Mr. Sang on the 31st of December 2007.
Thank you, Mr. President. The third thing is that you said that there were some youths, some were saying Sang is saying the truth, others were saying Sang is not saying the truth. You recall that witness? I am not saying the location where you said you met the youth.
Hilo swali sielewi unasema nini? Youth wengine, sikuelewi.
Mr. President, I will leave that and come back to it in private session. Now, witness, you also said that Mr. Sang said you said that someone called into Mr. Sang's program and both Mr. Sang and the caller agreed to urge people that they should not accept the results. Do you remember saying that?
Ndio.
I'm looking at page 11, line 15, and page 12, line 1 of the transcript 99. The next thing that you said is that people in Kakamega and Kisumu had already come out to fight for their rights. Do you remember saying that, witness?
Ndio.
As what Mr. Sang had said?
Yes, that's what Mr. Sang had said.
Witness is saying you had also testified that on the 31st of December 2007, you had Mr. Sang say that.
Ndio.
Lastly, witness, and correct me if I'm wrong, you also said that Sang called on people in Kapsabet to attend Elijah Lagat's rally. Well, you didn't say whether it was a meeting or a rally or a demonstration, but that Sang announced that people should go for what Elijah Lagat had called for in Kapsabet. Do you recall that, witness?
Sorry, could I just get a reference for that last?
Ndio.
The reference is page 45 to 46, transcript 99. And witness, it is your testimony that Sang called for people of Kapsabet to go for that meeting on the 31st of December 2007, isn't it?
Ndio.
Mr. King and Katwa, look at the clock. Tell us when it's convenient to break off and return.
Mr. President, could I have transcript at page 13 corrected? I recall the witness said yes to the question I put to her as to whether or not Sang called for people to attend Elijah Lagat's meeting on 31st, line 13.
I heard in Dio.
Yes, and that is yes. On our way out, Mr. President, could I request for a private session just to put the last proposition so that when I come back, I come to the substance of my testimony?
A private session.
All rise. We will be. Please be seated.
We're in open session, Your Honors.
Thank you very much. Witness, welcome back. Mr. Keegan Katwa, we're in open session.
Yes, Mr. President, I would like to proceed in open session. Now, witness, do you recall if there was any time when Mr. Sang was off air in the period of December 2007 and January 2008?
Kumbuke.
And so it is your testimony that he was on air, to the best of your recollection, throughout December and throughout January 2008, December 2007 and January 2008.
Ndio.
Now, witness, the question I put to you was whether you are aware of Sang having been off air. I want to ask you as a separate question. Are you aware of any ban that was put on all media houses, banning them from live broadcast in the period of December 2007 to January 2008?
Aliendelea kutangaza. Sikumbuki hiyo.
I will ask you again, witness. I thought I had the opposite of what is written there. Do you recall that there was a time when there was a ban on live coverage in Kenya?
Ndio.
Now, I want to show you a document in respect to that, which specifically mentions KASFM and by extension Mr. Sang. Mr. President, I request to make reference to tab 3 on the large binder. And the reference is OTP-0046-0014, particularly at page 0022. With the permission of the court, I request to give the witness a hard copy. And Mr. President, for expediency, I had marked the part that I would like to refer to. I thought I should mention on record that I have marked the part that the witness is being shown.
Sorry.
What are you looking at, Mr. Keegan Katwa?
I will want to take the witness to page 0023, Your Honor, which makes reference to the footnote at page 0022, which makes a specific reference to KASFM. Your Honors, I have particular reference to footnote number 84. Witness, can you see the part that is marked on the document you've just been given?
Ndio.
I will read it slowly in English, and then you will let me know if you can see that, then I'll ask you a question. It says this: CAS FM, which was closed down for 3 days by the government prior to referendum for supposed incitement, practiced a high level of self-censorship following government's ban on live media coverage imposed on 30th December 2007, when it switched to playing music and airing occasional recorded statements calling for calm. In turn, many listeners switched to alternative broadcasters such as BBC World Service. Can you see that, witness?
Mr. Keegan-Cartwell, why is this being put to this witness? Yes, it may well be that what's contained there may or may not be inconsistent. Let's assume it at its strongest, that it is inconsistent with this witness's testimony. Why should we be referring to it or receiving it onto the record? What you've just read in.
For two reasons, Mr. President. The first one is that it answers the question of whether or not Mr. Sang was on air on the 31st, as the witness said. The second one, Mr. Witness, the second one, Your Honors, is that the witness has very categorically said that there were no peace messages aired by CAS FM, whether by CAS FM itself or by Mr. Sang. And this document, which is a product of the prosecution's own investigations, says the exact opposite of that testimony. And we are using it as a basis to demonstrate.
So this is, you're saying this is material from the OTP?
Yes, Mr. President.
All right, okay.
Sorry, Your Honour, on the basis of someone else's article, I'm not sure that other than what the witness can testify that she herself understood or heard, it adds anything more to put the article rather than just simply state the proposition and ask whether or not she agrees with it.
You may proceed. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Witness, the first thing I want you to confirm is that you can see that it is marked on that document that the ban was with effect from 30th December 2007. Can you see that, witness?
Nimeona, lakini
Secondly, witness, you will also confirm that it says that CAS FM switched to playing music and airing occasional recorded statements calling for calm. You can see that, witness.
kama nilivyokuambia, mimi sijui CAS FM ikifungwa 2008. Najua tu mahali pamoja wakati nakumbuka CAS FM ilifungwa after 2005. 2006 ndio CAS FM ilifungwa. Kwa wakati huo wewe unaniambia 2007 2008 ilifungwa, sijui, maybe, sijui, lakini kulingana na mimi ninajua Kass FM ilikuwa inaendelea. Pia kama haya maelezo umeyatoa hapa kuwa Kass FM ilikuwa imefungwa kwa wakati huo, basi huenda ikawa pia Sang alikuwa na Kass FM yake.
Now, witness, I want to play an audio that was aired on the 1st of January 2008. In respect to what you said, Your Honor, that is Ken-D-11-0011-0044. That is an audio of 1st January 2008, one day after the witnesses, after the items that I just listed as being the items that the witness said Mr. Sang said on 31st December. Your Honors, that is in the second binder, the core binder, bundle tab number 9. Now, witness, I will play the audio. I want you to listen and tell us if you recollect having heard Sang say those words.
Did you say it's in the same binder?
No, it is in the other binder, Mr. President. Tab number 9, the smaller binder. Mr. President and Your Honors, it is a 3 minutes 23 seconds audio, and I very kindly request to be allowed to play those 3 minutes.
Uchamige gotap kwalenjin ngwito galomite embeto tabrani ameje gitugostoy gap kwalen.
Witness, to that extent, can you recognize the voice that you heard? What the audio again?
Gotap kwalenjin ngwito galomite embeto tabrani ameje gitugostoy gap kwalenjin amuongolio tap kaliet ninota kurire metap Kenya galiet rire chitukul galiet rire lakwene.
Witness, I wanted to inquire from you if you recognize the voice.
Nakumbuka. Ukisema sorry, rudia swali lako.
Witness, I was asking you whether you recognize the voice of Mr. Sang. Do you?
Sikumsikia siku hizo, kwa hivyo siwezi sema kama ni Mr. Sang ama sio Mr. Sang. Mimi hiyo ya wakati alisema watoto wanalia amani, don't know.
Witness. Okay. Witness, Mr. Kiginkatwa is asking you now, having listened now that we've all listened to a clip of the audio, is asking whether you recognize the voice who's speaking. Whose voice is it? Do you know?
Ni Arab Sang.
Okay, we'll just play the audio and then we'll see.
rire chito neo kalyet, rire chepyoso kalyet, rire boyo kalyet, rire agui kalyet, anabatiem, rire chitugul kalyet. Konyo kokalenjin yebichi akobecheit mising kalyet komomi kiy nesire. Kalyet komokyingei chitugul. Kalyet kokochin biik kwai boisionikwak. Kalyet kokochin chito kwai kit nemoche. Kalyet kokochin biik komeng'is eng tupchondit. Kalyet koribe biik maorogenso. Kalyet ko nemokyingei chitugul eng emetab Kenya eng kasari kimi. Kokobata ng'alekab lewenisiet, kalyet ko kit kora nemoche kerib eng biik tugul, eng chi age tugul nemi emetab Kenya neimuchi kwai kit age tugul nemanyolu inguni ama ribe kalyet anan iteweri kalyet, kemoche kesa kalyet kele kaikai achek tugul ongerib kalyet ko ki biikab Kenya, ongerib kalyet eng ui tugul imite kalyet nekemoche biik tugul chekakekas ngot alak kele kabel biik kaniset nemi biik orit. Oye kotab kolenjin ngot ko biikab kolenjin chekae ng'alek cheu cho komanyolchin chi age tugul kipkosobei boisiet neu noto. Makibele lakwa, makibele chepyoso, makibele chi neo, amakibele chi nekakoume kotab Jehova ole kitorore Kiptayat. Kakoit chito yoto kokakwo kocheng Kiptayat kotuch inendet. Manyolu amanyolchin chi nesobei, manyolchin chi age tugul kwai boisiet neu no. Akesome kele kalyet, 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 kaikai, kaikai, asome kele kalyet kobun Kass FM, kalyet nekemoche eng emetab Kenya. Urib kalyet, chi age tugul korib kalyet, neran rib kalyet, boyo rib kalyet, chepyoso rib kalyet, ungiet sautik akeistoegei kit age tugul neimuchi kobut kalyet, neimuchi kong'em emenyo bo Kenya eng kasari kimi, kasarta notok nebichi mising kelen kalyet ko kit nemokyingei chitugul. Kou noto ameche kesom chitugul akosom chitugul chi nesobei kele kalyet nekemokyingei emet nguni eng ui tugul imitei, belset ak ng'emisiet ak barisiet komanyolchin chi age tugul nekiyae Jehova ing'em akitelel sobondop chi age nekiyae Jehova. Oistoegei ki age tugul neng'eme kalyet, oistoegei age tugul neimuchi kocher biik kwai tuguk chemanyolu. Noto ko ng'oliot kobun Kass olen kaikai kotnyo, kaikai kotab kitwek, kutitab chego, ungerib kalyet, ungeistoegei ng'emisiet, ungeistoegei borisio age tugul neimuchi kwai chi kiplelutyo anan ko chi nesobei. Ungerib kalyet nguno agoi kalyet, kalyet konyo.
Now, witness, could you confirm that the bottom line of that audio is to say that Sang was pleading for peace? Mr. President, I'll just read the contents of it into the transcript and then put the questions to the witness. Witness, you said you understand Kalenjin, isn't it?
Nasikia.
Okay. Please confirm this is what Mr. Sang says. Greetings, Kalenjin, wherever you are today. I would like to proclaim to you, Kalenjin listeners, a message of peace. That is, Kenya is crying for peace. Everyone is crying for peace. A little child is crying for peace. An adult is crying for peace. A woman is crying for peace. A man is crying for peace. A grandfather is crying for peace. So is a grandmother. Everyone is crying for peace. Our Kalenjin people When it is so difficult, nothing compares to peace. Peace enables one to do whatever he or she likes. Peace enables people to live together in brotherhood. Peace dispels worry from people. Everyone longs for peace in Kenya at this time. Elections are past. We should keep peace. To all people or anyone in Kenya who may be engaged in wrongdoing and is not keeping peace or is preaching the peace, we would like to pray for peace. That, please, all of us, let us all keep peace as Kenyan people. Let us keep peace wherever we are. Peace is what we need. All people whom we have heard about, including others that we heard that people have found a church with people inside, all Kalenjin people. If it is the Kalenjin people who have done such acts, such an act would never be committed by a human being. No child should be banned. No woman should be banned. No adult should be banned. No one who has sought refuge in God's house, where God is glorified, should be banned. When a person has reached there, he has gone to seek the Lord to cover him. It is wrong. It is not befitting for any human being to engage in such an act. So we are pleading for peace. Peace, peace. Please, please, as CAS FM, we are appealing for peace. Peace is what we need in Kenya. Keep peace. Everyone should keep peace. Young person, keep peace. Old man, keep the peace. Old lady, keep the peace. Let us pray a lot and desist from anything that may break the peace, that may destroy our country, Kenya, during this time. We are sad that peace is what everyone wants. Therefore, I would like to beseech everyone alive, that peace is what the country needs. Wherever you are, burning, destruction, and killing should not be meted out on any person created by God. To destroy and cut short the life of a person created by God. Desist from any act that may destroy the peace. Refrain from any act that may incite to do evil. That is the message from CAS. That please, let us keep the peace. Let us refrain from destruction. Let us refrain from any killing that criminal or other person may execute. Let us keep the peace now and always. Peace, peace, our people. Now, witness, the first question I want to ask you is that is a fair translation of what you had in Kalenjin, isn't it?
Nikuulize swali. Hiyo kanda yako ilikuwa ni ya tarehe ngapi?
Witness, it is for 1st of January 2008. But please, if you could answer the question I've asked you. You confirm that is a fair translation of what you heard in Kalenjin, a language that you say you understand.
Witness, now there are two things. Yes, you have mentioned, you've asked the lawyer a question about the date. And that would be a fair question that you raised for the judges to keep in mind, and we are keeping it in mind. But regardless of whether or not this audio was actually broadcast, let us not worry about that now. Let us not worry about whether or not audio you heard was actually broadcast and heard by other people, or yourself even. The question now is, forget about that and answer whether what you just heard in Kalenjin has been fairly interpreted by Mr. Kiginkatwa.
Nafikiria kuna sehemu wameacha kama sehemu ya kanisa, kuchoma watu kanisa, mahali umesema wanafaa kulaniwa au kuisema, sikuisikia. Na nimesikia kwa Kikalenjin.
Thank you, witness. It is actually there, but I will read it again so that you confirm.
Mr. Kiginkatwa, maybe we may have to go back and take it in chunks, manageable chunks, as they appear to have been broken down in your document. So, is it possible? Can you manage that? So you can have the tape played up onto an indicated point of translation. You pause and then translate and have the witness react chunk by chunk.
Yes, Mr. President. Only that it will take long and there are so many audios, but I can do it.
Whether you want to play all the audios, it's your question, but once you've engaged the process, we need to do it correctly.
Witness, we will do it slowly, small pieces, and then we translate.
Uchamege gotap Kalenjin ngwitaglo mite betut tabrani ameje gitugostoy gap Kalenjin amuongolio tap kaliet linota kurire metap Kenya kaliet rire chitukul kaliet rire lakwene mingin kaliet rire jito neo kaliet rire jebiosa kaliet rire boyo kaliet rire agui kaliet anabatiem rire chitukul kaliet konyo Kalenjin yebichi akobejeit missing kaliet kumomi ginesire kaliet kumokin.
Witness, could you confirm this is the translation of the extent of what you've heard? Greetings, Kalenjin, wherever you are today. I would like to proclaim to you, Kalenjin listeners, a message of peace. That is, Kenya is crying for peace. Everyone is crying for peace. A little child is crying for peace. An adult is crying for peace. A woman is crying for peace. A man is crying for peace. A grandfather is crying for peace. So is a grandmother. Everyone is crying for peace. Our Kalenjin people, when it is so difficult, nothing compares to peace. Witness, you confirm that's what you've heard so far, isn't it?
Ndio.
ngeji tugul. Kalyet kogochin biik kwai boisionikwak. Kalyet kogochin chito kwai kit nemoche. Kalyet kogochin biik komeng'is eng tupchondit. Kalyet kuribe biik morogenso. Kalyet ko nemokyingei chi tugul eng emetab Kenya eng kasari kimi. Kokobata ng'alekab lewenisiet, kalyet ko kit kora nemeche kerib eng biik tugul, eng chi age tugul nemi emetab Kenya, neimuchi kwai kit age tugul nemanyolu eng nguni ama ribe kalyet anan iteweri kalyet, kemeche kesa kalyet kele kaikai achek tugul ongerib kalyet ko ki biikab Kenya, ongerib kalyet eng ui tugul imite kalyet nege.
Witness, please confirm this is what you heard. Peace enables one to do whatever he or she likes. Peace enables people to live together in brotherhood. Peace dispels worry from people. Everyone longs for peace in Kenya at this time. Elections are fast. We should keep the peace. To all people or anyone in Kenya who may be engaged in wrongdoing and is not keeping peace or is breaching the peace, we would like to pray for peace, that please, all of us, let us keep peace as Kenyan people. Let us keep peace wherever we are. Peace is what we need. Witness, could you confirm that's what you've heard so far?
Ndio.
Mache biik tugul chekakekas kotalak kele kabel biik kaniset nemi biik orit oyie kotab kolenjin ngot ko biikab kolenjin chekayai ng'alek cheu cho komanyolchin chi age tugul kipkosebei boisiet neu noto. Makibele lakwa, makibele chepyoso, makibele chi neo, amakibele chi nekakoume kotab Jehova ole kitorore Kiptayat. Kakoit chito yoto kokakwo kocheng Kiptayat kotuch inendet. Manyolu amanyolchin chi nesobei, manyolchin chi age tugul kwai boisiet neu no. Akesome kele kalyet, 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 kaikai, kaikai, some kele kalyet kobun Kass FM, kalyet nekemoche eng emetab Kenya.
Witness, could you confirm, you had said you didn't hear the bit that relates to the church. I'll read to you the translation of the part that you heard. All people who we have heard about, including others that we heard that people have burned a church with people inside, all Kalenjin people. If it is the Kalenjin people who have done such acts, such an act should never be committed by a human being. No child should be burned. No woman should be burned. No adult should be burned. No one who has sought refuge in God's house, where the Lord is glorified, should be burned. When a person has reached there, he has gone to seek the Lord to cover him. It is wrong, and it is not befitting for any human being to engage in such an act. So we are pleading for peace, peace, please, please, as Kass FM, we are appealing for peace. Witness, could you confirm that is what you heard in Kalenjin dialect?
Ndio.
And witness, before we proceed, you mentioned the issue of the church. Your testimony is that this is in reference to the Kiambaa incident, isn't it?
Sikutaka kuongea kuhusu neno la Kiambaa. Hii statement yako wakati ulisoma ya mbele haukurudi kuitafsiri kwa Kiswahili, kwa Kiingereza vile ilikuwa inasema. Lakini kwa wakati huu umetafsiri na
We will proceed, witness. I'd actually read it, you didn't hear.
KASFM kalyet negemoche ngemetab Kenya urib kalyet, chi age tugul korib kalyet, neran rib kalyet, boyo rib kalyet, chepyoso rib kalyet, ungiet sautik ak keistoege kit age tugul neimuchi kobut kalyet, neimuchi kongem emenyo bo Kenya eng kasari kimi kasarta notok nebichi mising kelen kalyet ko kit nemokyingei chi tugul. Kou noto ameche kesom chi tugul akosom chi tugul chi nesobei kele kalyet nekemokyingei emet nguni.
Witness, please confirm this is what you just heard. Peace is what we need in Kenya. Keep peace. Everyone should keep peace. Young person, keep peace. Old man, keep peace. Old lady, keep peace. Let us pray a lot and desist from anything that may break the peace, that may destroy our country, Kenya, during this time. We are sad that peace is what everyone wants. Therefore, I would like us to beseech everyone alive, that peace is what the country needs now. Witness, could you confirm that's a fair translation of what you heard?
Ndio.
We'll proceed with it.
Uitugul imitei pelset ak ngemisiet ak parisiet kumonyoljin chi age tugul nekiyae Jehova ingem ak itelel sobondop chi age nekiyae Jehova. Uistoege ki age tugul nengeme kalyet, uistoege age tugul neimuchi kocher biik kwai tuguk chemonyolu. Noto ko ng'olyot kobun kas olen kaikai kotnyo, kaikai kotab kitwek, kutitab chego, ungerib kalyet, ungeistoege ngemisiet, ungeistoege borisio age tugul neimuchi kwai chi kiplelutyo anan ko chi nesobei. Ungerib kalyet nguno agoi kalyet konyo. Uchomege kotab Kalenjin eng wei tugul lo.
Witness, could you confirm this is the translation of what you've just heard? Wherever you are, burning, destruction, and killing should not be meted out on any person created by God. To destroy or cut short the life of a person created by God. Desist from any act that may destroy the peace. Refrain from any act that may incite to do evil. That is the message from KAS FM. KAS. That please, let us keep the peace. Let us refrain from destruction. Let us refrain from any killings that criminal or other persons may execute. Let us keep the peace, now and always. Peace, peace, our people. Witness, could you confirm that's what you heard?
Nimesikia.
Mr. President, I would request that line 11 be corrected to state that, I'll read the whole sentence. Wherever you are, burning, destruction, and killing should not be meted out on any person created by God, to destroy and cut short the life of a person created by God. Now, witness, you will recall that the incident in Kiambaa referred to in this audio happened on 1st of January 2008. Do you recall that, witness?
Ndio.
And witness, do you recall hearing this from KAS FM?
Uliza.
I'm asking witness, this 3-minute peace message, do you recall having had it on CAS FM in January 2008?
Sikusikia.
Witness, I want to play to you another audio made on 4th of January 2008 and see if you have any recollection of having had it. Your Honor, it is Ken D11-0013-0061, and that is in the same bundle, tab 13. The translation is Ken D11-0014-0001.
Did you say the same bundle? There is no tab 13.
The small binder, Mr. President. Yeah, sure.
Sorry, I was looking for. I didn't notice the tab 13 is a different color binder. All right, tab. Sorry.
Chamege got up calling in wait to go low meet low chini to go nep CAS FM nigo Joshua Arab sang or legend of Togimigo me and Golep Nairobi kit kitchen go major some pick up calling in Kungoliot Kora nega somra and waiting up Jehovah Kubatagondo Ikchok Volatate Ninoto Kugindojin William Arab Ruto Kule big up calling in wait to go low meet oyat ortenwek tugul oyat ortenwek so bit kuitya mitwag pik chemakinga mitwag oyat ortinwek sokobit kimut biik hospitali chotok chekonyor kaimutik alak tugul mi chepyosok chemeche kotebe korik awakobijit nguno ole kimuchi keitita icheket hospitali oyat oret kora asokobit kwo chi nekameche kowechigei oyat oret asokobit kwai boisiet biik chebo Red Cross koityi biik chotok chekameche koipchi toretet eng amitwogik anan komut hospitali biik cheu chotok amitwogik kora ko tuguk chemokyingei chi tugul ako nguno kumakomuchi amitwogik koityi soket kisome nguno oyat ortinwek sikobit koityi amitwogik chotok soket konyorchigei biik amitwogik mi biik chechang chetindoi boisionik che nguni kokekerta sang maimuch kora koityi boisionikwak eng oret agenge komang'u kole icheket kobendi kobeti boisionikwak amu tomo koit boisiet eng kasarta nemakat ko kounotok meche kesom eng kaming'inetabkei eng chitugul witugul mitei kele oyat oret age tugul nekerat ako metochi biik chotok chetindoi toretet chekameche koityi biik toretet age tugul koityi icheket kora kosom kandoikab kanisa ak kandoikab bolotet chotok kole kora keistoegei chemarget age tugul neimuch kong'em kalyet nguni amu kikere kele kokoityi ng'emisiet komoswek chechang ako ngachangan ko kora kokoekchigei biik koekchigei ichegei eng ichegei kirotin ortinwek yoche biik rabinik sikobit kwa karit nekemuchi kotoret chi kokobichit mising sobet eng komoswek chechang ko kiyotok kityo nekelen ongeat oret oyat ortinwek witugul omitei alemwokse kora koistogei biik eng ortinwek amu chang ng'alek chetesetai nguni komi kimnotet neo mising nekokoit komuchi koityi biik kimnotet nemutai kokonu tobotet eng sobonwek chekibeti ko kounoto oyat ortinwek akorib kalyet eng emetab Kenya. Kongoi mising ongeyai kounotok ane ko Joshua Arap Sang.
Witness, would you confirm that that is the voice of Mr. Sang?
Ndio.
Witness, I will read what you just heard in Kalenjin, and then you will I'll ask you a few questions. Greetings, Kalenjin people, wherever you are tuned in to Kass FM. This is Joshua Arab Sang saying we are well here in Nairobi. What I would like to appeal to our Kalenjin people is the matter that court's servants already requested, along with political leaders led by William Ruto, that all Kalenjin people, wherever you are, please open roads. Do you want to say something, Witness?
Rudi nyuma kidogo.
Witness, this is what says, greetings, Kalenjin people, wherever you are tuned in to Kass FM. This is Joshua Arab Sang saying we are well here in Nairobi. What I would like to appeal to you, Kalenjin people, is the matter that court servants already requested, along with political leaders led by William Ruto, that all Kalenjin people, wherever you are, please open roads. Open roads so that food may...
Mr. King Katwa, right? What is the point of this particular exercise? Is it something you can put to the witness? It's a general proposition arising from the audio before we see how we proceed. I realized the last time as you read the whole translation, put it to the witness, and when we didn't get anywhere, we went back instead of doing the piece by piece. We don't have to do it exactly in that way. It will be, if we know where we're going, then we will decide to proceed with the chunk by chunk reading to begin with, as opposed to going through the end and coming back to read segment by segment.
Mr. President, I could read what has already been played in Kalenjin and then ask the witness if it's a flat translation. Then ask two questions on it.
Yeah, but if you do that and the witness, again, could not, after receiving a big load of translation, if she could not respond to the fairness of the translation, then we go back and start again. You know what the central message of the audio you've played says and what point you want to make. Are you able to make that point? Put it to the witness. We get our reaction and then see if we need to go back and take its translation one at a time.
Witness, could you confirm that the totality of that message is that Joshua Sang was pleading with people that they please open roads?
Ndio. Yona, mimi ningependekeza tuendelee vile tulikuwa tunaendelea na Bwana Kigen, kwa sababu tulikuwa kuna mambo nilikuwa nataka kusikia ndani. So vile alikuwa ikisema kwa Kikalenjin anafanya vizuri kwa sababu naelewa.
Mr. President, the honors, I must apologize. That I think should have been how I should have conducted it. If I could do it, and I will be conscious of all that in the next audio.
Yes, that's what I was thinking how we should proceed.
Again, I apologize. I'll do that.
So we have half an hour to go to lunch break time. So we go back and start again with segment by segment translation or interpretation.
Yes, Mr. President, I understood the witness to prefer that way.
Chamege got up Kalenjin in Witugo Lomite, Lopchini to go nep Cas FM, Nigo Joshua Rap Sang, or Legend of Chogimigo Me and Golep Nairobi. Kit Kitunago Major Som, pick up Kalenjin, Kungoliot Kora, Nega Somra, Nigboitin up Jehovah, Kubatagando Ikyak, Volatate, Ninoto, Kugindojin, William Arabuta, Kule big up Kalenjin and Witugo Lomite, Oyat Ortenwek, Tugul, Oyat Ortenwek, Sobi.
Witness, you confirm this is what you've heard so far. Greetings, Kalenjin people, wherever you are tuned in to Cas FM. This is Joshua Arab Sang saying we are well here in Nairobi. What I would like to appeal to our Kalenjin people is that the matter that court's servants already requested, along with political leaders led by William Ruto, that all Kalenjin people, wherever you are, please open roads. Witness, that's what you heard, isn't it?
Ndio.
Mitwagi oya tortinwek sokobit kimut biik hospitali chotok chekonyor koimutik alak tugul mi chepyosok chemeche kotebe korik awakobijit nguno likimuchi keitita icheket hospitali oya toret kora asokobit kwo chi.
Witness, confirm this is what you've heard in Kalenjin. Open roads so that food may reach those in need of it. Open roads so that people who have experienced various problems may reach the hospitals. There are expectant mothers who need to deliver, but this is difficult for them to reach the hospital. Further, open the road so that a traveler may go his way. Witness, that's what you heard in the Kalenjin audio, isn't it?
Ndio.
Gay. Oya toret asokobit kwai boisiet biik chebo Red Cross koityi biik chotok chekameche koipchi toretet eng amitwogik anan komut hospitali biik cheu chotok. Amitwogik kora ko tuguk chemokyingei chi tugul ako nguno komakomuchi amitwogik koityi soket. Kisome nguno oyat ortinwek sikobit koityi amitwogik chotok soket konyorchigei.
Witness, this is what the translation. Open the road so that the Red Cross workers may reach the people who are in need of humanitarian assistance, such as food or taking such people to hospital. Also, food is a basic need for everyone, but now it cannot reach the market. We appeal that you open roads so that those foods may reach the market, that people may gain access to food. Witness, you confirm that's what you've just heard, isn't it?
Ndio.
Amitwogik. Mi biik chechang chetindoi boisionik che nguni kokokekerta sang maimuch kora koityi boisionikwak eng oret agenge komong'u kole icheket kobendi kobeti boisionikwak amu tomo koit boisiet eng kasarta nemakat. Ko kounotok meche kesom eng kaming'inetabkei eng chitugul witugul mitei kele oyat oret age tugul nekerat ako metochi biik chotok chetindoi toretet chekameche koityi biik toretet age tugul koityi icheket.
Witness, this is what the translation says. There are so many people who cannot now reach their places of work. Their one major concern is that they may lose their jobs for failure to arrive in time. Therefore, we would like to appeal in all humility to everyone, everywhere, to open every road that is closed. and to allow those people with assistance to reach those in need. Witness, that's what you just heard, isn't it?
Nimesikia.
Kora kosom kandoikab kanisa kandoikab bolotet choto kole kora keistoegei chemarget age tugul neimuch kong'em kalyet inguni amu kigere kele kokoityi ng'emisiet komoswek chechang ako ngachangan ko kora kokoekchigei biik koekchigei ichegei kirotin ortinwek kiyoche biik rabinik sikobit kwa karit nekemuchi kotoret chi kokobichit mising sobet eng komoswek chechang ko kiyoto kityo nekelen ongeat oret oyat ortinwek ng'uti kilomitei Alemwokse kora koistogei biik eng ortinwek amu chang ng'alek chetesetai nguni komi kimnotet neo mising nekokoit komuchi koityi biik kimnotet nemutai kokonu tobotet eng sobonwek chekibeti ko kounoto oyat ortinwek akorib kalyet eng emetab Kenya. Kongoi mising ongeyai kounoto ane ko Joshua Rapsa.
Witness, the translation is that, Father, religious and political leaders have appealed that we refrain from any form of violence because we see that destruction has pervaded many areas. Worse still, people have turned one to another. Roads are closed and people are forced to pay so that a vehicle that could be of help to people may pass. So life has become extremely difficult in many areas. That is why we are saying, let us open roads wherever you are. And also people should move away from roads because so much is going on now. So much power has arrived. And it may affect people in a big way that tomorrow may bring much sorrow in terms of lives lost. They have opened roads and keep the peace in Kenya. Thank you very much. Let's do so. I'm Joshua Rapsa. Witness, do you confirm that is a fair translation of the Kalenjin audio that you've just listened to?
Ndio.
Now, witness, in your testimony you had said that you experienced a lot of roadblocks on your way to the place that you said you went to, isn't it?
Ndio.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, Mr. President, I was just confirming whether the journey to Eldoret was in open session, and I'm told it was. Witness. Witness, you can hear Sang asking people to avoid the roadblocks the way you said you experienced, isn't it?
Can you repeat that question?
I will leave that question, Mr. President. I will ask a different one.
But you heard what I said, whether you could repeat the question. I didn't say leave it. It's up to you. If you want to, you don't have to ask it. But if you wanted the witness to answer it, I wanted it repeated. But if you want to abandon it, then that's your question.
Let me ask another one first, Mr. President. Witness, do you recall hearing Sang make that plea for peace and opening of roads?
Hai video yako.
Witness, do you have any recollection if you could have heard CAS FM on 4th of January 2008?
Sikufuata CAS FM tarehe 4 tarehe 4 nilikuwa kwa ukimbizi, sikufuata. Ungenieleza kwa ufupi ilisema nini?
Broadcast what you just had witness. What of 1st of January 2008 witness? Did you listen to CAS FM broadcast?
Nilifuata. No. Tarehe 1. No.
Now, witness, I want to show you, and you said you used to watch Citizen TV, isn't it?
Ndio.
Mr. President, I would like to make reference to tab 23 of the other binder, the bigger binder, tab 23, and it is a short video I would like to play. Your Honors, the video is Ken OTP 0048-0094, and the transcript is Ken OTP 0054-0119.
With Tuju together with Assistant Minister Moses Wetangula. This comes in the background of skirmishes related to the just concluded general election. The ambassadors expressed concern over security situation in the country and the electoral malpractices.
We would assure you that that is our way forward to reach out. Now President Kibaki and this government is a government for all of Kenya. It is not about PNU, it's not about ODM, it's not about ODM Kenya, it's about all Kenyans.
They asked the government to seek reconciliation with its rivals over the elections.
As a government and as a country, President Kibaki is reaching out very sincerely to the members of, the other members of parliament from the other parties, and is reaching out to ODM and ODM Kenya because he understands the pain of losing an election so closely.
He said President Mwai Kibaki's government was out to reconcile with other political parties. Tuju also condemned what he called hate mail being circulated in the country.
It is pointless to send this kind of hate mail. Some of them are atrocious, and I think that I don't want to repeat them, because if I repeat them, it will be giving publicity to something which has gone out in terms of hate mail, but I can show you some of them when this is over.
In a statement faxed to newsrooms, the U.S. ambassador said despite some electoral malpractices such as tampering of votes, there was need for those affected to pursue legal options for the sake of national security. Daniel Kori, Citizen News, Nairobi.
Must be a country. No, we don't want megaphone diplomacy. We are doing quiet diplomacy of talking to our colleagues. We cannot go on the rostrum and say we have talked to so and so, we have said this, we have said that. We are engaged in quiet outreach.
The government says it is unfortunate that Kenyans experienced violence and wanton destruction of property after participating in a peaceful election process.
Tofauti ambazo tunaweza kuwa nazo juu ya uchaguzi. Sisifikie ya kwamba tunauana jirani kwa jirani, kwa sababu hakuna mtu ambaye ataondoka katika taifa letu. Tutakuwa tunaishi hapa. Naomba kwa heshima tukubaliane ya kwamba tofauti zetu hazitasuluhishwa na panga, hazitasuluhishwa na kuua ndugu yako na jirani yako, hazitasuluhishwa na kuchoma nyumba ya jirani yako. Itasuluhishwa tu tukikubali ya kwamba kama Wakenya tofauti zetu tutazimaliza kwa njia ya kujadiliana na kuongea.
Wetangula asked those aggrieved about the election results to pursue their grievances in court, saying
the directive was given yesterday by Internal Security Minister John Mishuki, arguing that he was out to avert further chaos in the country through the broadcast of inciting messages. However, the move has been largely challenged.
The order is impractical and cannot be implemented within the realities of our operations. This order undermines the democratic gains that this country has made. We feel that this order is an overreaction by the minister, considering that the media has upheld professional standards in the coverage of the elections.
The media
Witness, could I ask you, you've seen one Honorable Raphael Tuju, isn't it?
Can you spell that for the record?
Raphael is R-A-P-H-A.
Witness, the interpreters are requesting that you can leave the microphone and all those things alone in front of you. Or even papers in front. And if you don't need to shuffle them, you can leave them alone. Because when you make any noise, it interferes with the ability of court reporters and interpreters to hear what's being said.
Raphael is R-A-P-H-A-E-L. Tuju is T-U-J-U. Witness, do you know somebody by the name Honorable Raphael Tuju?
Namjua kwa kumsikia.
Do you recall that he was the minister in charge of communication in the year 2007-2008?
Hata sijui.
You've seen one Honorable Moses Wetangula, isn't it, witness? I will give the spelling if that will assist the witness. Moses is M-O-S-E-S and Wetangula is W-E-T-A-N-G-U-L-A. Witness, do you know somebody by the name Moses Wetangula, Honorable?
Moses Wetangula ndiyo namjua kumsikia.
So you don't know what he was doing in the year 2007 as we went to elections?
namjua Moses Wetangula akiwa wa Foreign Affairs, lakini mimi sijui alikuwa mwaka gani, lakini nakumbuka alikuwa wa Foreign Affairs. Sijui kama sijui.
Witness, you also saw one Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, isn't it?
Nilimuonea Kapsabet 2005 mara ya kwanza na pia mara ya mwisho. Wakati walikuwa wamekuja kampeni ya Orange na Ndizi, wakati wa referendum nilimuona moja hiyo peke yake.
What? Witness, my question is that you've seen him in the video, isn't it?
Nataka kukuambia ulizo lako.
Witness, just listen.
No, ulizo lako unalisukuma ni kama mambo ya kitambo. Uliwahi muona? Instead uniulize umemuona. Kuna mambo tofauti mawili hapa. Uliwahi muona? Umemuona. Sasa ni gani yako? Kwa sababu hata Moses Wetangula nimekupatia wrong answer. Rafael Tuju nimekupatia wrong answer.
Okay. Witness, the first question is, have you seen Uhuru Kenyatta in the video I've just played?
Ndio.
Now, do you recall what he was doing in the year 2007 in terms of cabinet or parliament?
Ndio. Alikuwa sikumbuki, lakini nakumbuka alikuwa chairman wa KANU by that time.
Now, witness, there's somebody also that has just been, the last person you saw on the video, one Wachira Waruru. Do you know him?
Hata kidogo.
Now, witness, what was playing before I stopped with the video was a statement.
Mr. King Katwa, you must spell Wachira Waruru for the record.
Wachira is W-A-C-H-I-R-A, and Waruru is W-A-R-U-R-U. Now, witness, did you know somebody by the name John Michuki?
Kwa muda gani?
Uh, 2007, witness.
Nataka urudie hilo swali kwa sababu umenionyesha video hapa. umeniuliza kama nafahamu wao wako kwa video. Saa hizi unaniuliza Michuki. Sielewi hilo swali linaenda namna gani. Ni ndani ya hiyo video yako ama ni mambo tofauti sasa na video?
Witness, John Michuki is mentioned in the video, but he's not shown in the video. And so I am asking you as a general question whether you know John Michuki and what he was doing in the year 2007.
Nafikiri alikuwa anafanya na internal security kama sikosei. Yeah, internal security ama alikuwa kwa kitu kama internal no. Yes, internal security kama sijasahau.
You're actually right, witness. Now,
so the Michuki, the spelling we see in line 12 is the same at line 1, isn't it?
That's correct.
All right.
Yeah. Now, witness, you've heard in that video clip that John Michuki had put a ban on live broadcast on media houses. Do you recall having heard that from the video?
Sielewi hiyo swali. Naweza nielezea vizuri?
Witness, I want to play for you I want to play again the video. I want you to listen if you can hear the name of Michuki and if you can hear anything about ban on media, live coverage.
The directive was given yesterday by Internal Security Minister John Michuki, arguing that he was out to avert further chaos in the country through the broadcast of inciting messages. However, the move has been largely challenged.
The order is impractical and...
Witness, did you hear the name of John Michuki?
Yeah.
And did you hear that he had issued an order banning live coverage?
Namaste.
Okay, I want you to listen to the response by the person appearing on the screen.
Witness, what was your last answer when the lawyer asked you if you heard that Mr. Michuki had issued an order banning live broadcast or live coverage? What did you say? What was your response? It did not come through, so we want to hear it.
Sikusikia mimi.
Witness, shortly before the person who is on the screen came on, there was a comment by somebody who was reading news. And what I'm asking you is whether you heard that voice indicating that John Michuki had issued an order, and the order was to ban live coverage. I was asking you whether you heard that.
Nimesikia hapa wakisema, lakini nisijui mimi ni lini siwezi nikakwambia ni siku gani. Ndio mimi sikuwa na sikusikia.
Okay, witness. So what you are telling us, just be sure I've understood you, is that in the year 2007 you didn't hear anything about ban of live broadcast. You've heard it for the first time in this court. Is that what you're saying, witness?
Wakati ndio stesheni zifungwe, mimi nimekwambia vizuri, nikisikiza mara ya mwisho kusikia Kass FM ikifungwa, na hata sikusikia kwa masikio yangu. Nilipata nikitoka kwa kazi yangu, ndio nilisikia Kass FM imefungwa 2006. Ya pili, haya mambo unaongea ya unanionyesha hii mi video, tuwezi kupelekana na wewe kwa sababu mi sijui uliproduce hii siku gani, hata sijui. Lakini 2007 hakuna station hata moja ilikuwa imefungwa. 2007.
Okay, I'll play on the audio, witness, and then we see.
1 second. Witness, you've mentioned 2 years. One was 2006. I don't know whether that's what we heard from the interpretation. And another one, 2007, in relation to broadcast or banning broadcast. What are you saying? Can you tell us again, in your own words again, what you said happened in 2006, which may or may not have happened in 2007?
Mwaka wa 2006, wacha nirudi 2005, watu tulipofanya campaign, media nyingi zilitumika kwa kuchochea raia. Wakati tulimaliza kupiga kura, president akasema kazi imeisha, tuende kazi. Alisema raia wamekataa kura, uwe ulikuwa upande wa yes ama ulikuwa upande wa no, kazi iendelee, no more siasa. Hiyo ilikuwa ni 2005. 2006 bado 2005 siasa zikaendelea, na ndipo minister wa communication alitangaza ya kuwa yoyote atasikika akipeana, akiincite watu ama akipeana mambo yasiyofaa kwa vituo vya redio, station yake itafungwa. 2006 radio ya Kass FM ikafungwa. That's the only thing I know. Hii ingine ya kusema radio mara nini ilizuiwa, mimi hapo sijui, nitakuwa nadanganya koti. I don't know. 2006 only. Lakini 2007 hakuna media mimi nilisikia imefungwa, kwa sababu hata hii video unanionyesha hapa ni baada ya watu kupigana, which is 2008 there. So 2007 I don't know. Hii video yenye uko naye hapa it's 2008. Yeah. Tukiwa showground. I watch it. Kulikuwa na mtu hata alikuwa na TV showground. So hii unaniambia 2007, mimi sijui.
All right. There's something I want you to clarify. When you were answering the last question from me, much of what you said was in Kiswahili, but I heard you say in English in the 2006 only. Did you say that? 2006 only? And what were you saying when you said 2006 only?
Nimesema 2006 peke yake ndio niliona na macho yangu na nikasikia na masikio yangu Kass FM imefungwa. Na haikuchukua muda kwa sababu wakati huo president alikuwa anatoka Kipsamoite kupeana title. Kulikuwa na vita kati ya Waluya na Wakalenjin. Kipsamoite past Kurugu. Na mimi nilikuwa natoka Eldoret. Ndio wale wa mama tulikuwa nao ndani ya gari wakasema, ambie huyo mjinga yenu, that stupid man, afungue station ya Kass. So me 2017.
Did you? All right. Mr. Kinkazo, let's leave it there and take it up at 2:30. Witness, we will adjourn now for lunch break and then we will come back at 2:30. Thank you. Blinds down, please.
Naombi moja.
All rise. We will obey. Please be seated.
We're in open session, Your Honors.
Thank you very much. The witness had requested slight extension to lunch break before we rose, and we told her that we would at any rate be discussing some logistical, well, not logistical, but some legal question, and she will be joining us. We understand she's on standby as soon as signaled. She'll be joining us. But in the meantime, the matter of the excusal request, the excusal matter, we gave notice that we will require presence of Mr. Ruto throughout the testimony of witness 28. And Mr. Hooper said somewhat the ball is in the corner of the prosecution to verify that that witness is indeed attending during the session after Easter. Ms. Renton, who will speak to that?
My colleague, Mr. Garcia.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Simply in this case regarding the witness P19, P28, both witnesses, I understand that Mr. Hooper is questioning whether indeed they will be coming to testify in the post-Easter scheduled session. The thing is, we still have to meet them this week, probably on Friday and early next week. So at this specific moment, we're not able to inform the Chamber or confirm that they will indeed be present during the post-Easter session that has been scheduled on Friday. I understand that Mr. Hooper has indicated that maybe the submissions should be postponed until we have certainty in that regard. We can make our submissions today if the court pleases, or if not, maybe the more reasonable way of going about this is to wait for the prosecution to be able to speak with both these witnesses to confirm the fact that they will be able to attend on the post-Easter session, and at that point, well, then maybe we can debate the whole question of, I understand the Chamber wanted to hear our submissions on the matter of Mr. Ruto's presence, so maybe that might be the appropriate time for it.
Mr. Hooper, why do we have to wait until confirmation?
Mr. President, with your leave, I will address this issue. Your Honours, we are grateful for the intimation that was given by the bench last week, and the starting point, of course, as Mr. Ruto himself has stated on many occasions, that he will comply with any and all orders of the trial chamber. And if the trial chamber require his attendance, it goes without saying he will be here. I think my learned friend, Mr. Hooper, and we discussed matters last week, was raising a practical matter, because it's anticipated that the testimony of P28 will be very significant in terms of duration. I think maybe I would anticipate the prosecution, we have a time estimate, but they will be at least a week, a working week in chief. The defence will be at least that, and I've spoken to my learned friend, Mr. Katwa Keegan, for Mr. Sang, and they will also take at least 1 week. So I think it's fair to say that even if there's no interruptions and legal argument, it could well take 4 weeks to deal with that issue. Now, Your Honours, until we have a clear intimation from the prosecution regarding when they hope P28 to start, we are not in a position to make any submissions to the bench about whether or not we would ask for the court to allow some dispensation within that period. So, Your Honours, what I would ask is that the prosecution do let us know in a more concrete manner when they anticipate P28 will come. Your Honour, and it's not only related, in fact, to the issue of Mr. Ruto's attendance. P28's transcripts alone amount to more than 3,000 pages. It's a very hefty, detailed interview over a considerable amount of time that the prosecution engaged with this witness. And, Your Honours, for our own preparations, it's not a witness that we can simply pick and run with. We want to know when this witness is going to be required to come into the witness box. So, Your Honours, there's a second motivation that compels, we say, clarity from the prosecution at the earliest possible juncture. And we'd ask that my learned friend use his best endeavours to give us as soon as possible a more concrete date when P28 is coming. My learned friend Mr. Hooper has also intimated, we think, and we've sent an email to my learned friend, the senior trial attorney, Mr. Steinberg, that we think it wholly unrealistic, in our humble and respectful submission, that we could deal with both P19 and P28 in one session. The prosecution estimation, if I was right, for P19 was 14 hours, and it can be corrected if I'm wrong, and I think for P28, 12. Well, Your Honours, P28 will be very extensive, and we previously said that it may be more prudent, more realistic, and more effective to focus on getting P28, for the sake of argument here, straight after Easter. And we have quite a few witnesses, for example, P13 and P32, that the prosecution have described as fillers that could quite easily, in our estimation, of course not privy to the knowledge of the prosecution, could be put in to be fillers, and the gap that may exist in the event that P28's testimony, in our estimation, of course not privy to the knowledge of the prosecution, could be put in to but what seems clear to us, at least, is that there's no realistic could be put in to be fillers, and the gap that may exist of that. It's not the defence raising a difficulty, it's simply a practical reality. P28's testimony. But what seems clear to us, at least, is that there's no realistic and of that. It's not the defence raising a difficulty, it's simply a practical reality. P28's testimony. But what seems clear to us, at least, is that there's no realistic and of that. It's not the defence raising a difficulty, it's simply a practical reality. P28's testimony. But what seems clear to us, at least, is that there's no realistic and of that. It's not the defence raising a difficulty, it's simply a practical reality. P28's testimony. But what seems clear to us, at least, is that there's no realistic and but what seems clear to us, at least, is that there's no realistic and of that. It's not the defence raising a difficulty, it's simply but what seems clear to us, at least, is that there's no realistic and of that. It's not the defence raising a difficulty, it's simply but what seems clear to us, at least, is that there's no realistic and of that. It's not the defence raising a difficulty, it's simply But what seems clear to us, at least, is that there's no realistic and of that. It's not the defence raising a difficulty. It's simply
your tab. I said we made it. Your tab. I said we made an order at the
considering that the media has upheld professional standards in the coverage of the elections.
The Media Council chairman further says such a directive is inappropriate in this period with emerging differences over the just concluded general election.
Again, the hotly contested upheld professional standards in the coverage of the election. To black out the voice 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 to black out the voice
Sielewi hiyo swali tafadhali.
Witness, I am just restating what the person you saw in the video said. And this is what he said. The order is impractical and cannot be implemented within the realities of our operations. This order undermines the democratic gains that this country has made. We feel that this order is an overreaction by the minister, considering that the media has upheld professional standards in the coverage of the elections. And witness, the question I'm asking you is, did you hear that in the video?
Sikusikia.
Mr. President, I will proceed to the next person in the video.
Mr. King-Kato, at some point you might give a thought to whether there is any significance to the, did you say that was Mr. Wachira Waruru?
Yes, Mr. President.
Any significance to what he was saying towards the end, about what the media would and would not accept? Did that mean anything factually?
Mr. President, my interest in the item, as I assume is obvious, is to show that there was in fact an order banning live coverage.
But there was also the other side of it. How was that order received and implemented in fact?
I'm alive to that, Mr. President, and Mr. President will recall that that is the reason why I started with the first document I referred to being the writing by one Captain Lynch, where we looked at a footnote which addresses that question, Mr. President.
Whether or not it addresses that question is a matter to be debated at the right time. While you have a witness on the stand and you're putting certain things to her, I thought you might, but you keep that in mind at any rate.
I will keep it in mind. I am, however, choosing not to ask at this point that question, Mr. President. I want you to look at the next speaker and confirm if you recognize him. And I will very kindly request if you could listen keenly to what he says. I will read out back what he has said. He is speaking in English. And Your Honours and prosecution, I am referring to Ken-OTP-0054-0124. That is the page number. And it is tab 23.
And rather will not accept any attempt to black us out.
Elsewhere, the leader of ODM, Raila Odinga, also condemned the move.
Well, you can only now rely on the international media. And that's why we want to appeal to you to be available so that we can talk to you. Because there's no way that you can reach the people of Kenya. Even if we want to tell the people to be calm, there's no way we can reach them.
Witness, did you see the person there? Could you confirm that is Raila Odinga, Honorable Raila Odinga?
Yeah.
Now, witness, I will read out what he has said and I will request you to confirm that that's what you heard him say. We can only now rely on international media. That is why we want to appeal to you to be available so we can talk to you. Because there is no way that we can reach the people of Kenya. Even if we want to tell the people to be calm, there is no way we can reach them. Witness, do you remember hearing Honorable Raila Odinga saying that in that video?
Nimemsikia hapa.
And in 2007, what was the status of Honorable Raila Odinga in the period December 2007 and January 2008?
Sorry, rudia.
Witness, what I was asking you is whether you know what was the status of Honorable Raila Odinga in political circles in the period December 2007 into January 2008.
Nilijua Raila kama mgombea kiti cha ODM na alikuwa anagombea kiti cha upresident.
Raila termed it as a way of gagging the media, yet it is charged the responsibility of informing Kenyans what is going on around them. Meanwhile, government spokesperson Alfred Mutua defended the government, saying it does not intend to gag the media at all.
This is a temporary measure. We hope to lift it within a day or two once the emotions get down. So it is not a ban on media or media freedom. It is just telling, and it is actually meant to for vernacular radio stations, especially, not even television, where people are calling in or people are inciting others to take up arms and burn houses of their neighbors. We are saying listen to the content first before you air it. And you can air it in 3 seconds later or 30 seconds later. It is not telling you that you cannot broadcast or that you cannot choose your content.
Now, you don't take 10.
Witness, do you know the person who was shown on the video?
Nimeona Alfred Mutua, nimekuwa nikimsikia. Nimeona Kosgei.
And witness, in the period 2007 December to January 2008, do you recall what office Alfred Mutua held in government?
Alikuwa msemaji wa serikali.
Now, witness, this is what he said. I want you to confirm that's what you heard him say. This is a temporary measure. We hope to lift it within a day or two once the emotions get down. So it is not a ban on media or media freedom. It's just telling, and it is actually meant to, for vernacular stations, especially not even television, where people are calling in or people are inciting others to take up arms and burn houses of the neighbors. We are saying, listen to the content first before you air it. And you can air it 3 seconds later or 30 seconds later. It is not telling you that you cannot broadcast or that you cannot use your content. Witness, you recall having heard the government spokesman say that.
Nimemuona hapa. Nimesikia kitamka.
Witness, I want to show you the last person in this video that I want to make reference to. Please listen to him carefully, then I'll read out what he said.
Year-olds and 14-year-olds who cannot even vote too seriously. I think it was a bit of incitement. In fact, we know the specific incitement came from one FM stations. We dealt with that FM station. This particular announcer was removed from air because he had said that if the announcement of the election is other than the ODM candidate, then get out of your homes and go to the, go to the streets and do what you can to stop this from happening. That was a specific announcer in a tribal language, and it caused a lot of mayhem. But we did deal with that.
Money.
Now, witness, you confirm we had seen this person, Raphael Tuju, earlier on, isn't it?
Ulimuona kwa hii video bado?
Now, witness, could you confirm this is what you heard him say just in the video that I've just shown you? Now, you don't take 10-year-olds and 14-year-olds who cannot even vote too seriously. I think it's a bit of incitement. In fact, we know this specific incitement came from one FM station. We dealt with that FM station. This particular announcer was removed from air because he had said that if the announcement of the election is other than the ODM candidate, then get out of your house, of your homes, and go to the streets and do what you can to stop this from happening. That a specific announcer in a tribal language, and it caused a lot of mayhem, but we will deal with that. We did deal with that. Witness, you confirm having heard this in the video I've just shown you.
Sielewi kama mtafsiri wangu anashindwa kutafsiri vizuri ama ni wewe Mr. Katwa, kwa sababu ananiuliza uliwahi, na nimeongelea hilo jambo kwa muda. Uliwahi ni mambo yale ulisikia kitambo, na mambo yenye umesikia saa hizi umeyasikia, sio uliwahi, umeyasikia. Sasa hebu rudia swali lako. Nafikiria kuna shida kwa mtafsiri, anasema uliwahi kulingana na kile Kiswahili mimi naelewa. Uliwahi ni kama kitu kilisemwa kitambo, uliwahi sikia.
Witness, all I've asked you is whether you've just heard it in the video that I've just played right now.
Nimesikia vile amesema.
Now, witness, the last set of questions I want to ask you on this issue is, having heard all those people, Raphael Tuju, Honorable Raphael Tuju, Honorable Raila Odinga, Waruru, Wachira Waruru, you still maintain that there was no ban of live broadcast in the period end of December 2007 and January 2008.
Nafikiria mimi nimesema sikusikia, na hapa umenionyesha video. Ndani ya hii video yako hujanieleza ni ya mwaka gani, ni ya mwezi gani, na niliuliza hilo swali.
Okay, witness.
Yeah.
Witness, did you know if there was any other Kalenjin, any other FM station that was broadcasting in Kalenjin.
Sijui kwa sababu sikufungua hiyo vituo vingine, na hata ile station mimi nilisikia ni Gas FM, na kama maybe kulikuwa na kituo kingine sielewi, sijui.
Mr. King Katwa, on this matter of ban on live broadcast, have you really established a disagreement with the witness? Or, if I might approach the proposition from a different angle, a meeting of the mind on what's meant by banning live broadcast. The witness is saying that, as far as she was concerned, the broadcast kept on going. Might she be thinking that, talking about a blackout completely, for a period where there's no broadcast at all, or continuous broadcast that would have been delayed broadcast, like we do of the proceedings of this court, so that somebody who was not there, who might not have been at the source of it, so caught the stream of events, may not know that there is a delayed broadcast.
Mr. President, I think the witness has confirmed that, to the best of our knowledge, there was an incident when Gas FM was closed in the year 2006, which we contest. However, I could put the proposition to him whether he has an understanding between closure and ban of live broadcast. I would, however, wish to explain that our proposition remains that when the ban was put in place, Gas FM did not air anything except music and peace messages. That is actually our case.
So there we go. So your proposition was that during the period there was a complete non-broadcast of Gas FM programs, not just a delayed broadcast of some of the programs. Is that it?
Absolutely, Mr. President. We absolutely no. The only messages that were aired were peace messages, including the two that we've played and others, and all these were pre-recorded and were replayed several times.
The procedure, you said you wanted to ask her whether she appreciated the difference between delayed broadcast and closure completely, or rather ban on live broadcast, which means delayed broadcast was permitted, versus ban as in complete blackout of broadcasts.
Now, witness, it is you testified a while ago that, to the best of your knowledge, there was a ban on Gas FM in the year 2006. You remember that, witness?
Ndio.
Now, the question I'm asking you in respect to December 2007 and January 2008 is that there was an order from government saying that there should be no live broadcast at the moment of the event, rather that there should be delay in broadcasting whatever the stations collected. Do you understand the difference, witness?
sielewi kutangazwa moja kwa moja ama vipindi vilivyorekodiwa kwa sababu sijui. Sielewi. Sijui unamaanisha nini. Kwa sababu hata 2006 hiyo unaongea. Sikujua Kass FM imefungwa, nilisikia nikiwa kwa barabara. Na hiyo 2007, 2008 Kass FM ilikuwa inapeperusha matangazo yake kama kawaida. Na hii video yako umenipa.
Okay, thank you, witness. Let me just ask you very directly like this, witness. Were you aware of any order issued by the minister in charge of internal security regulating how media houses were to delay their broadcasts?
Sijui.
Mr. President, I would like to leave that issue there because my understanding is that she's not aware completely about the ban, whether it was delay, one way or the other. Now, witness, I want to ask you if you are aware of the following vernacular stations, and please, without explaining, just confirm whether you know it or you don't know. Do you know an FM station called Chamke FM station broadcasting in Kalenjin in Kenya?
Spelling?
The spelling is CHAMGEI.
Kuko na ilikuwa Chamge FM na hata leo bado iko Chamge FM.
Witness, do you know another station called Egesa broadcasting in Kisii? And the spelling of Egesa is EGESA.
Nafikiria hiyo Egesa nimeisikia juzi wakati walikuwa wanaenda kulodge, sijaisikia tena. Na kama ilikuweko, nafikiria Bwana Katwa kuna mahali hatuelewani na wewe. Saizi umeniwekea video hapa. Na watch hii video hapa. Wakati nina watch hii video, let's assume hii ni Citizen. Will I be able to go and switch? Nifungue tena. Niende nifungue NTV. Niko hapa naangalia Citizen, macho ingine iangalie NTV. Na nimekueleza tangu mwanzo. Mimi nilikuwa nasikiza Kass FM. Kwa hivyo kama kulikuwa na hiyo vipindi vingine, mongeni.
I would like the transcript to be corrected at page 82, line 17, to state that it was broadcasting in Kisii language. Kisii is K-I-S-I-I. A witness, are you aware of a station called Inoro, which broadcasts in Kikuyu? And the spelling of Inoro is I-N-O-O-R-O.
Ndiyo najua. Hata iko sasa.
A station called Mulembe, Mulembe is M-U-L-E-M-B-E, and it broadcasts in Luya, and Luya is L-U-H-Y-A.
Haitwi Mlembe, inaitwa Mrembe FM. Mrembe hamujamboni kwa Kiluya na iko mpaka leo.
And a station called Mushi, M-U-S-Y-I, and it broadcasts in Kamba. Kamba is K-A-M-B-A.
Sijui.
A station called Muuga. Muuga is M-W-G-A, and it broadcasts in Meru. Meru spelling is M-E-R-U.
Iko mpaka leo.
Line 18 of the transcript, Muuga, the spelling of Muuga is M-U-U-G-A. Witness, there is a station called Wimwaro. Wimwaro is spelled W-I-M-W-A-R-O, and it broadcasts in Embu. The spelling of Embu is E-M-B-U. Are you aware of that station, Witness?
Sijui.
Witness, there is a station called Ramogi. Ramogi is spelled R-A-M-O-G-I, and it broadcasts in Luo, and Luo spelling is L-U-O. Are you aware of that station, Witness?
Naijua.
Witness, there is a station by the name Radio Ma.
Mr. Kingikatwa, how many more radio stations in non-English are you going to list?
Probably one last one, Mr. President. I had more than that, but I'll just do one last one. Witness, are you aware of a station called Kitwek FM? And the spelling of Kitwek is K-I-T-W-E-K, which broadcasts in Kalenjin.
Naijua Kitwe. Na iko mpaka leo.
Now, the last question I want to ask you, Witness, is I want to show you a document, then I am done with this issue of the live ban, and that is, Your Honors, at tab 17. And the reference is Ken-OTP-0010-0021, tab 17. With your permission, Your Honor, I request to have the witness look at that document. Now, witness, that document is a letter dated 30th December 2007, written to one Dr. Bitange Ndemo, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Information and Communication. Can you see that, witness?
Nimeiona.
And witness, you can see at the bottom it is, I'm sorry, and you can see at the bottom it is signed by one Honorable John Michuki, Minister of State for Provincial Administration and Internal Security. Can you see that, witness?
Nimeona.
Now, it states that reference invoking the powers under Section 88 of the Kenya Communication Act 1998 in the interest of public safety. In the interest of public safety and tranquility, I hereby direct you to invoke the powers under Section 88 of the Kenya Communication Act 1998. You are further directed to review the impact of its implementation and report to me accordingly. You can see that, witness. Witness, can you see that?
Naiona.
Lastly, you see it is copied to the Commission. Lastly, you can see that I'm sorry about that. Now, witness, I wanted to ask you that you lastly noticed that it is copied to the Commissioner of Police, one Major General Hussein Ali, and the Director General, Communication Commission of Kenya. You can see that, witness.
Naiona.
Mr. President, I would like to seek to produce the documents I have referred to as exhibits at this point so that I leave that subject. Mr. President, the first item I wish to pray to have produced as an exhibit is at tab 3. It is an article written by one Gabriel Lim. It is document OTP-0046-0014 at page 0022. And Mr. President, it addresses directly the testimony of the witness and is a prosecution document. I pray that it be exhibited as it be admitted as an exhibit. I just put emphasis on the fact that we want to put in page 0022.
Prosecution?
I believe it was only a 3 or 4 line footnote which was actually referred to, so if anything should be admitted, I think perhaps it should just be admitted to that specific portion or in its entirety. I don't see why one specific page should be selected out of everything else.
Mr. President, in the article, that's the only relevant part to the media issues, and it was the only part that is relevant to the testimony of this witness, Mr. President. And if the prosecution's concern is that they would rather we produce the footnote alone, we really don't have an objection to that. We are happy to have the footnote because that's actually the concentration of our concern.
Her point was, you've read in the footnote. Why do you need to want to tender the document just for the footnote you've already read in? Or if you want to put in the document, then the whole thing comes in. That's what she's saying.
Mr. President, to the extent to which I have explained the order and its relevance to the witness, I'm okay if it is marked for identification.
Marked for identification.
Mr. President,
go on, King Katwa.
Mr. President, looking at the transcript, I understood the prosecution to be agreeable to having the portion that we referred to admitted as an exhibit, and we pray that that is admitted as an exhibit, Mr. President.
Is that your position?
The portion referred to is on the record, so if that's all that's going in, then it can be MFI and the record is complete.
Well, let's mark this for identification, okay?
This document will bear the following number: EVD MFI T D11 00036.
Mr. President, the next item we pray to have admitted as an exhibit is the audio of 1st of January 2008, and it is Ken-D11-0011-0045, being the peace message of 1st of January 2008 by Mr. Sang, and in respect to which the witness confirms recognizing the voice.
Your Honour, the prosecution has previously opposed the tendering of a similar recording. We have objections to the authenticity and to the integrity. All the witness did was recognise Mr. Sang's voice. She said that she did not hear it on the day that my learned friend says it was broadcast. If she had, that would be one indicia of authenticity, but she didn't. We note from the chain of custody that it was produced from the second accused, and without some independent evidence as to its authenticity, we don't think it should be admitted, and Your Honours have made a ruling on a very similar item in the past. I can give a reference if you require it.
Mr. King Katwan.
Mr. President, what you said previously is that you deal with each item as it comes. And, Mr. President, we insist that this audio as indicia of authenticity, in the sense that we already gave the prosecution notice of our intention to use this audio amongst others, and it is founded on an affidavit sworn by one Julius Lamaon, who has sworn that he is the Chief Executive Officer of the Kass FM station, or rather the company that runs the Kass FM station. That particular audio is specifically mentioned is specifically mentioned at paragraph 54, and that notice is Ken D11 0013 0072, and it is an affidavit sworn on the 8th of January 2014. That is in the smaller binder, Your Honors. Tab 1. Your Honors will also recall that this witness very specifically says there were no these messages made by Mr. San. We submit that this document goes directly to answer and to respond to that allegation made against Mr. San. Mr. President, even if the issue of authenticity was a significant consideration in determining whether or not to accept this document, we submit that issue can be addressed later on. The issue of its authenticity can be addressed later. We submit that to the extent to which it is an issue of authenticity and it directly addresses issues raised in the testimony of this witness, it should be admitted as an exhibit.
You began by saying you were tendering it because the witness recognized the voice.
Yes, and that creates the proximity, at least the initial proximity to the audio between the witness and the item we seek to exhibit, Mr. President and Your Honors.
How did we deal with similar material in the past?
Mr. President, in the past, where we have produced audios which go to address what the witness has said specifically, you have allowed us to exhibit them, even if the witness does not recognize that specific audio.
And even if there was no apparent indicium of authenticity?
In the past, Your Honors, the affidavit sworn by the Chief Executive of CAS FM has served to assist on the issue of the indicia of authenticity, combined with the fact that the prosecution have had notice that we intend to use them and have had opportunity to counter-check if they have any problem as to whether or not those documents and those items were aired.
That's a separate consideration, isn't it? That you've given prosecution advance notice that you were going to tender it. Something different from saying that the affidavit of CAS FM manager was accepted as authenticating the document. I'm not sure that's the case. We will mark it for MFI for now, and you need to return to it later on. The reason is because there's been so many attempts to introduce materials. I know there were some instances where material had an apparent indicia of authenticity. The question was whether a witness had viewed that sort of material in the past. And I remember the ruling on one occasion was when we have such documents apparently authentic. Well, apparent indicia of authenticity, but the witness had spoken, although the witness did not preview it in the past, but had testified during examination in chief on that matter, and the document itself goes to address a subject that the witness had testified to in chief. We had said we would admit it, notwithstanding that the witness had not seen it in the past. But that is something different from just an audio recording, that we don't see anything around it to indicate whether or not it is authentic.
Mr. President, would recall that witness number 356 already testified and confirmed that these messages were broadcasted in the period of end of December into January 2008. And even on the basis of that, Mr. President, we are arguing that the prosecution themselves, through their own witnesses, concede that in fact these messages were made. Mr. President, if I ought to, I would probably prefer that both this audio of 1st of January 2008 and 4th of January 2008 would be put on hold so that I collate together all the arguments made with respect to production of the audios and come back and argue.
Yes, and that's what I was indicating. I said that's why we should mark it for identification now, subject to you returning later on to argue your point about converting that to evidence. What I see would be a scenario where if you have other evidence of authenticity, you can argue it at a later point, or better still, if we get to the point of the evidence for the defense, you can also call evidence in that regard. Whichever comes first, we can deal with it in that more flexible manner. Do you understand?
I do, Mr. President. I only seek to that I be allowed to argue the point at the end of this witness's testimony with a view to seeking to have...
Yes, you can return to it later. It doesn't matter when you do it.
I'm up.
Yes. In the meantime, Council can also look at the record, see how we've dealt with this in the past. See, there's so many of these things happening. It's difficult to have a computer memory of all of that.
The next item I wish to seek to produce is the video Ken-OTP-0048-0094 and the transcript Ken-OTP-0054-0119 being a citizen video on media ban. Mr. President, this video goes directly to answer the question as to whether or not Sang said the 6 items that were allegedly said by Mr. Sang on the 31st of December, and they are very directly relevant to the testimony of the witness. Secondly, Your Honors, this is the prosecution's own document, and we pray to that extent they be admitted as Sang's defense exhibits.
Ms. Renton?
No objection for that item, Your Honour.
Then it is admitted as the next in the Sang defense exhibits.
Thank you, Mr. President. The audio Ken OTP 0048-0094 will bear the following number: EVD T D11 00037. The transcript and translation Ken OTP 0054-0119 will bear the following number: EVD T D11 00038. The 2 items would be also known as Sang Defense Exhibit number 37 and 38 and will be registered as public items.
The next item I pray to have admitted as an exhibit, Mr. President and Your Honors, is the letter from one John Michuki, which is at tab 17, Ken-OTP-0010-021, together with the Communication Act of 1998, which is at tab 18, Ken-D11-0014-0324. The relationship between the two is that the letter makes reference to the Communication Act, and particularly Section 88, and it is our view that the Chamber would be better enabled to appreciate the issues discussed in it if they have the advantage of the statute itself. Your Honors, may I mention also that this is a prosecution's own document,
Ms. Renton?
Yes, indeed, the first letter is an OTP document. The second, which was never referred to with the witness, is a defence document. Even though the letter is an OTP document, all that was done is my learned friend read it out and asked the witness to confirm that that was in fact written on the piece of paper. I don't really see that this is the correct procedure in order to have that. And the accompanying sections of the Communications Act admitted into evidence.
Mr. President, may I first of all observe that in respect to this item, there is no issue of indicia of authenticity, so that the only question is its property value. And Mr. President, we've explained that it is our case that in fact at the period when it is alleged that Mr. Sang made the comments that we were dealing with, there was in fact a ban, and this letter goes directly to address that. Now, I acknowledge that the Communication Act 1998 that we have referred to is not part of the prosecution's documents. However, it is our submission that in the exercise of your discretion, there is some value in admitting also the Communication Act so that there is a context and so that the context in which the letter was written can be appreciated. We pray that it be admitted as an
So, Ms. Renton, are you objecting to both the letter and the Communications Act, or one or the other?
Seeing as they come in as a package, so to speak, I think it's most appropriate that neither of them be admitted. If the defence wished to establish that this letter was in fact sent and reference the section of the Telecommunications Act, then they may do that in the defence phase of the case. There's absolutely no link to this witness, so they haven't even passed the threshold of having some connection to the witness's evidence apart from her own understanding of what was going on at the time.
Mr. Katwa, the Chamber will not admit the letter. We do see, yes, it comes from the OTP. But you merely read out the letter. And there was no question really put to the witness on it. And it was a little curious as to why we are asked now to admit it. The witness has given her testimony. There are other methods of trying to bring this sort of material in other than through this witness. Is there not?
I'll look at
yes, we will not be admitting it at this time.
The last item I wish to, Mr. President, do I understand that it will be being marked for identification?
If you seek to mark it for identification, it will be so done. Is that your request then?
Yes, I would rather that it be.
Right, it will be marked for identification.
Document CAN OTP 0010-0021 will bear the following number: MFI T D11 00039.
Proceed, please. Yes. We have 5 minutes left.
Now, witness, you said that you heard Sang say that that work had been done well, but had not been completed in Kericho, a place you called Nyaikajo and Molo. Did you say that? And I'm looking at page 9 and page 13 of transcript. Transcript 100.
Ndio.
You also said that Mr. Sang used the words kwekwe and punyat. Did you say that, witness?
No kweli.
Now, witness.
You might want the transcripts now got a spelling. There was no spelling or a second advance, but it now got it. Proceed.
Now, witness, when did you say you heard Sang say these things?
Ni kati ya tarehe 5 na tarehe 5 tarehe 7 huko, kwa sababu tulikuwa tumefika showground. Tarehe 7 ni tarehe 7, tarehe 8 hapo. Sina ukweli wa siku zenyewe, lakini nakumbuka tulikuwa tumefika showground.
And witness, we take it that you are talking of either between 5th and 7th of January 2008. Is it January or which month, witness?
Ni sio tarehe 5 wala sio tarehe 6, hata sio tarehe 7. Nakumbuka vizuri, ilikuwa karibu, kwa sababu tulifika tarehe 6, tarehe 10 Januari, tarehe 10 hapo hivyo, kuanzia tarehe 10 hapo Januari 2008.
So do we take it that it is your testimony that these things were said on the 10th of January, or I just want you to be sure whether you know the dates, or what is your position about when it was broadcasted?
Nakwambia ni hizo tarehe, kwa sababu kuna jambo fulani ambaye napimanisha naye. Ni hizo tarehe.
You've given us 5th to 7th, then 6th.
Samahani. Si tarehe 5, sio tarehe 6, si tarehe 7, si tarehe 8, ni kuanzia tarehe 10 hapo. Ya. Kwa sababu nakumbuka.
And witness, I want you to...
Na, just a minute. naweza kukuambia kitu ambacho kilifatana na hiyo siku walitangaza. Wakati huo kulikuwa na wajamaa.
Just a minute. Witness, you know we are in an open session, so I just want you to be careful about if it's something you can say in open session, it's okay.
Hata hiyo haina shida. Hata hiyo haina shida. Nakuwa wazi kwa sababu kila mtu alikuweko.
Please say it.
Ni wakati ambapo chifu wa Chemuswa aliuawa Langas. Walikuwa wamekuja, tulikuwa showground nakumbuka. Hiyo usiku. Na hao walikuwa wanakuja kufagia mara ya mwisho showground. Walikuwa wanakuja kuvamia showground. Eko ikawapeleka Langas, wakauliwa Langas. Walikuwa wameenda kuua watu dakika ya mwisho. Chifu wa Chemuswa. Hiyo wakati ndio Mr. Sang alisema.
And witness, you said it was around 10th. Could you give us a range? It was between 10th and when, if it is a variety of dates, or was it exactly 10th?
Nafikiria nimekuambia, asijui nitakwambia vipi. Nimekueleza ya kuwa kuanzia tarehe 10 hapo ambapo sina siku kamili, nimesahau hiyo siku. Na ikiwa nitakuwa nimekumbuka kesho, naweza kukuambia. Yeah.
I have understood you to that extent, witness. All I'm asking is, much as you may not remember the exact date, but it was around 10th, could you give us a range of dates? Was it between 10th and 30th, or between 10 and 30th, or between, what is the range of the period?
Nafikiria nimekuambia kuanzia tarehe 10 hapo, siwezi kusema ni tarehe 12, tarehe 13 kwa sababu sikumbuki. Kumbuka nitakwambia. Lakini kuna jambo, hilo jambo lile kitendo nimekuambia. Na wakati huo hakukurudi kuingia IDPs wengine kwenye kambi. Watu walikuwa wameshakuja wakati huo. Wale watu walikuwa wamebaki ni watu wa estate, watu familia ya watu watatu, na waliendewa na Red Cross. Tulikuwa tayari tumeingia kwa hema.
And witness,
Mr. King Council, we have to adjourn. But
could
do
I
you
ask
have?
one question?
Pardon me?
I just ask one question.
Yes.
Witness, having told us it was 10th onwards, is it your testimony that it was definitely not the 8th of January?
Sio tarehe 8.
I can leave it there.
We'll leave it there, witness. We'll leave it there for now, and come back tomorrow at 9:30. Please do not discuss your testimony overnight. Thank you. the blinds will come down and the witnesses are ushered out of the court.